What's up? I thought your name said barbecue. MDDBRQ. I'm sure it's an acronym for something. Thanks for stopping by. I'm just getting started. Literally just getting started. I'll be back. This is Eric, the piano tuner. Hello, this is Eric speaking. Oh, great, Jeff. Thank you for calling me back, sir. How's everything? Yes, I did have a couple questions actually for you, real quick. Hold on, let me get my real quick. Yeah, I was wondering if you knew the make and year of your piano. Okay. Did you purchase it new or is it used? Like 30 years old. So it's probably still in great condition then, especially if you're this single owner. Okay, that's great. So, oh, okay, okay, man, okay, great, great. Yeah, those are great pianos. Okay, perfect. So, I have one opening, which is this Monday, and then if it's not this Monday, the next, then I'm booked that remaining of the week. Excuse me. My next open Monday is the 16th. 10 a.m. Yes, sir. Okay, on the 9th you're talking about? Okay. All right. Okay, hold on. Okay, and then the other thing, I saw that in there the piano hasn't been tuned in a while. Is that correct? Okay. Well, so the piano has probably fallen out of tune with itself, but when you put it up to an actual tuner, you're gonna hear how everything's way off. And what I'm saying is it's going to take me a number of passes, probably like 4 passes, over all the same notes to get it into stable tuning for you, and that's $250, and it takes 2 to 3 hours for that. So I just wanted to let you know, and it's just a flat fee. There's nothing more, nothing less. I'll wipe the piano now, vacuum it out for you too. That's included for your story and card. So I mean, is that okay? If so, then I just need your address for May 9th. Okay. I'm based in Parma. Yeah, right on the edge of. Okay, okay, very good. Okay, cool. Yeah, I saw your location was in Cleveland, correct? Yeah. Okay. Okay, Jeff, can you please give me your address? Okay, I believe I've seen this. Okay. All right. Oh, okay, all right. Yes, I haven't been down there in a while, but the Daisy Street, I recognize that name. Okay, all right. So Jeff, I'm going to confirm this here in the app for you, and you will receive a confirmation. And then until then, then I'll see you Monday. Thank you. Bye bye. Guys, I'm not gonna lie, the piano tuning's going ridiculous. I had a stream of like 8 people in a row, guys, that just did not want my services. And here's what it is: not only with the etiquette, I guess, and faithfulness of doing good work on people's pianos. Again, like I like to leave people's pianos in a condition in which, if it was my own piano, you know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying, not all piano tuners are like that. They cut corners, or they go in there and they see that they just don't do a good job. There's many ways of not doing a good job. And anyways, I had like 8 people that did not want to pay the amount that I charge. And you know, I do see that as a potential. That's 8 people I was unable to connect with. You know what I'm saying? And you never know, you know, these other people. You know, I get a lot of referrals is all I'm trying to say. So, you know, other people can refer you, but at the same token, likewise with the good, doing good and thorough work is kind of what I'm talking about, thorough work on people's pianos. I'm also trying to keep the rates up, and I already know I charge like very little, like compared to other people, other piano tuners. And then there's already a tax on top of all these apps and everything. PayPal, just even using PayPal, well, here's the deal with PayPal. I tell people, look, I do accept PayPal, but there's a 5% charge. And then they're like, why? And I'm like, well, look, because when you see how much Elon Musk wants every time you just send $1, he wants like almost 4 or 5 cents of every dollar you send, which I think is ridiculous. You know, and especially, you know, it's just the nature of it. I'm not going to complain about it, but that's what I'm saying. So I prefer to use there's many other digital cash options. You know, big ones I'm just saying is Venmo. I use that a ton. And Zelle, because Zelle is straight up with your banks and stuff. And I do accept check too, because here's the deal, like, you know, it's not, tuning pianos is not like a grocery store. If someone writes you a bad check, it's like you know exactly where they live and you spent like hours in their house. You know, it's very different. So and I mean, I'm not trying to say but almost nobody, everybody always is good for their payments, you know, whichever method it may be, is what I'm trying to say. So anyways, so I just got a lot of people like messaging me right now. You know, I teach a few students, and this is why I don't teach. Okay, it's just the truth. Why I don't teach, because I cannot rely on it to be any sort of income. I'm saying at the highest point, when I'll say like I was making a comparable amount of money to what I am, I'll just say I never did. Okay, teaching, I never made as much money as I did tuning pianos. Okay, that's the truth. But what I'm saying is I nevertheless, I still made a lot of money teaching. Okay, and when you think, if I'm teaching 18 students in every 5 days, okay, that's what I did for like 2.5 years. I had 18 students, guys, and I have it's like 3 students a day, you know. And then I had one my best student was this old Hungarian lady on the weekend, and she learned that I don't even know it now. Some kind of Bach piece in C minor, like everybody learns it, you know, and it's on my videos. I made a video recording of it as well. I mean, but it shows you just like I need the sheet music for this stuff. So anyways, so I'm saying I was teaching a lot of students is what I'm trying to say, and I was making a lot. I was making like good money too. Again, also I was making more than cooking too. So, you know, I'm not trying to say like you can make a lot with cooking, but you gotta like really know people or like work up the ladder. Or truly have like some just like referral skill under, like where other people say, oh yeah, he's worked in this restaurant, and people know you because of other restaurants you've worked in. Then, you know, but if you're going in like cold, like, I mean, you know, especially what I'm saying is trying to get paid as a salaried line chef. You know, there's all these documentaries about it. I love cooking documentaries. I'm talking like I hated the job, but nevertheless, I still find like Hell's Kitchen. There's another one where this guy is like saying like medium well, and the guy comes by and he's like, are you saying medium well or medium rare? He's medium well. Like that's a really funny clip. Anyways, like, so I like funny clips, guys, and believe it or not, I mean, as dry as my humor is now, and little as much as I laugh, or like other people, I mean, I used to never laugh, so I just say like humor is something I'm working on. Laughing is something I'm working on, and I just think coming from, again, like my background. I'm not saying everybody's like this. I'm just saying me. You know, just all the stuff I studied. You know, other streams. You know, my channel's not a joke. Everything I've listed. You know, I've spent hours and, if not hours, years on some of these subjects. Absolutely, just literally physically dissecting humans. You know, so, and like I said, I took anatomy like almost 10 times. Okay, I took anatomy almost 10 times over the course of 6 years. That same subject over and 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 over. So, anyways, what I'm trying to say is like I feel like all that just time studying and alone and I don't know, man, I think I'm autistic. That's what it has to be as well, too. I'm telling you, because look, I had the scar. I almost died a couple times. Look, they had to shove it tube down my throat, and because I was seizuring on my own tongue and unable to breathe, you know. So I have this huge scar. Like, I'm not lying. My channel's not a joke. So what I'm trying to say is like, I definitely, like, I feel like as I've gotten older, you know, you grow out of them. But like I used to have an enormous amount of like Tourette's tics, guys, like both verbal and both physical. And yeah, I still have it a little bit. I'll just say if I get extremely stressed, but again, like doing, you know, realizing that I'm not gonna go into medical school and be a doctor. Again, it's just not a field for me. It's a job for other people that are meant to do those type of jobs and things. And I'm just saying, me, like when it truly came down to it, and like being a good doctor, at least what I was studying, which is like lower leg and foot, that was my specialty, is lower leg and foot, is that you know, you need to be very good at surgery. You know, either incredible at surgery or incredible at radiology or something. And like, for example, you know, like on my father's side of the family, everybody's a doctor. Okay, it's like the like my mother's side of the family, it's like complete village. So I just want to like give you the duality of the families. You know, everybody has this. You know, and if you're adopted, you still have your adopted family's family to imprint on you. You know what I'm saying? So anyways, what I'm trying to say, so everybody, not only is my father's side of the family extremely large, okay, some Asian families are extremely large, like Mexicans, or just say a lot of Asians are just really, that's why I just say that's why China has that one child rule, because they have too many people, too many kids. So anyways, so my father has a lot of brothers, uncles, and everything. Like there's people where I've only met once. I've generally met almost everybody once, but it's like I don't remember anybody. You know what I'm saying? It's these people. I met them one time in such large gatherings. You know, because it's I'm seeing these people at funerals or weddings is what it comes down to, something like that. So you know, I'm seeing them just for that one time. You know, and a lot of these people, they almost all of them don't live in the U.S. is what I'm saying. So that's part of the reason. So while there is a very small immediate one part of the family that did live in the U.S., like 90% of the rest of my father's side of the family is completely just in different countries. You know, some in Canada, a lot in Canada. So what I'm getting at is they're all doctors. Everybody's a doctor, and what I wanted to get at is we had this one guy, and he was cool. Like I'm not going to get too much into the story of it, but he's one of the closer relatives is what it really comes down to. One of the closer relatives that was on my father's side, and part of this
enormous brothers and uncles and stuff. And anyways, what I'm trying to say is he was such an amazing radiologist. Like after he passed away a long time ago, like almost 30 years ago now. So it's no, not 30 years ago. Yeah, I'm just saying it's been like 2 decades. 2 decades he passed away. Okay, and it was an enormous thing when he passed away. You know, I mean, just like any culture, every culture has their own things that happen when people pass away. And so I'm just saying, there was a lot that went along with him. It was just very, very traditional and stuff. But what I'm saying is, this was in a time like in the 90s again when you used beepers, okay? And beepers was the big thing. Like if you were a big doctor in a hospital or anywhere, man, you had a beeper, you know, and everybody had a beeper. You know, and that was like the cool thing. And they'd beep you, and you know, and then you'd run to the closest phone, or you'd write it down or something, or the things with beepers. You know, like people, you know, I don't know. I'm not quite sure if there's so much of a use for it, but the beepers, they used to have like a memory, like how many numbers could they memorize, because some people would be just so busy and getting so many beeps because they're just, you know, just so business. You know what I'm saying? Before even the blueberries came out, excuse me, the blackberries, the blackberries came out. You know, people had the beepers, and that's what I'm saying. So you had these beepers were like can hold up to 100 numbers, and that was a lot because you know every time someone beeped you, you'd have to go in and clear the number or write it down or know who's calling you. You know, so and call them back. And so, anyways. What I'm saying is this is the time that he was living is what I'm trying to explain. You know, even before cell phones. Anyway, so he passed away, and for up to 2 years after he passed away, all like the major hospitals in the U.S. because like once you're like a doctor that has been practicing an extremely long time, you're just like naturally part of all of these practicing networks, and everybody has your name listed just somewhere on the list. You know what I'm saying? And so anyways, people would just call and just leave messages on the phone. They're like, hey, look, we need you in our department. And all the jobs that they offered him, the lowest job that they ever offered was $250,000. I'm saying this is in the 90s, okay? In the early 90s. All the way up to like $500,000. You know, and what I'm trying to say is because he was that wanted as a radiologist. This is what I'm trying to say. To be a good doctor, you need to be like good at the surgery, or very good at radiology, or very good at some discipline of your area that you study. You get what I'm saying? And I'll just say surgery is the biggest, but radiology is another huge one. Like if you can just be a dude that just has seen so many charts, and that's what I'm saying. That's my uncle. Like it was so. I mean, back in the day, it was so high tech, man. Like, cause he had faxes, and like they would just fax him shit all the fucking time. You know, and then he would just like just type them back. You know, they had internet back then. Internet's been around for a while. Okay, it just like never really became like user friendly per se until like the mid to late 90s. But you know, like anybody else who you know had like really slow external dial-up modems, like had internet with like BBS forums and whatever. There's a lot of other early type internet stuff, you know. But anyways, that's what I'm saying. He like never even had to be in the office because of the nature of his job, and that's what I always thought was so cool about kind of like again like his discipleship of the medical study per se. You know what I'm saying? Is that like his surgery requires you to have so many. I'll just say it's the hardest because it requires it's just like playing an instrument. You know, it's the exact same thing, and that's why they practice so much with their hands. You know, and there's things about you know just for phlebotomy and you know all the other stuff. I'm just saying. So whenever it comes down to surgery, it's like you not only have that physical skill, but it's also like you're a composer. Like at the piano, you're not just an interpreter, just like reading notes. You know, you're a person that's creating music, and that's what I'm saying. You're creating healing. You know, and I'm just saying that's like these are the again like the way I see medical stuff is art. It's an art, and it's always was an art. You know. Okay, so I see someone else step by. Creek, nah, thanks. What's up, bud? So I'm kind of just talking, and sorry, I can't forget about this. Doing a lot of business, and I had a student not do his lesson for today, and then I'm busy next week, so I'm not doing the lesson. He skipped last week, so it's cool. But this is what I was trying to explain earlier in my conversations. This is why I don't teach students. And I teach him because he wants to learn, and so he's learning at his own pace, which is fine. But what I'm saying is you cannot rely on it to eat. And that's what I was saying. Even when I had 18 students at a time, believe it or not, I had 18 students at a time, and the way I did lessons, and I'm just saying, this is my suggestion to anybody doing any formal lessons, is you need to be doing at minimum a month contracts for lessons. And that's how you make money. And then in addition, I have an agreement that everybody signs, and I have I'm nice. I had a 48, but I'm just saying this, even with a 48-hour notice for cancellation of lessons, where look, I'll refund your lesson and we can push it down. But it needs to be and I'm down to the T with the 48 hours, okay? Because so many people, I'm just saying, I don't even want to get into the stories because this is people's business, but I'm just saying I've heard every excuse of delaying a lesson. So that's what I'm saying. That's how you ensure that you're getting paid for everything consistently, at least on a month-to-month basis. See, because what I'm saying is I knew if I had 15 people locked in each month, okay, the 18 is kind of like on the high end. Realistically, I floated between 13 and 15 solid people that paid me for the month, and that's what I'm saying. Is because you're gonna have so many people that want to stop the lesson or not want to for whatever reason, and for whatever reason they don't want to do the lesson. I'm not getting paid. I'm not getting money. So that's what I'm saying. That's why you prepay. You have to prepay, just like if you were going to any kind of private school for anything, you got to pay a tuition, and that's how I also portray it as it, because that's what it is. It's a tuition. There's a lot of other things with my personal lessons that I do. I'm really not going to talk about. It's just kind of like more my style of lessons, but that's what I'm saying. That's why I don't do these week to week lessons type things, because it's even when I had, what I'm trying to say is when I had 13 to 15, it was just absolutely like hair pulling aggravating, because I'm trying to absolutely make a certain amount of students consistently have their lesson for a month. You get what I'm saying? And like that's furthermore what I want to say. Like I said, the old lady out of like 15 to 18 students, like no joke, like it's for every 10 students I have, I'm lucky to have one and possibly two, but that's really it. Two students that, and the real calculation is more like I did a true calculation a long time ago, guys, about my retention rate with students, about how serious they were, because like I said, half the time you're just babysitting, and that's what I'm saying. That's why that's the biggest waste of my time. I'm not going to just babysit. If you want someone to babysit your kids, or then you need to hire a babysitter, because I'm not going to babysit, because that's the most aggravating thing when I come constantly to the lesson and I'm constantly trying to teach the same thing. I'm just saying, any teacher is going to know when their student practices. It's like light and day, guys. For real. And then you can tell when they slack off a little bit. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is, like, at least with new students, you can really tell if a new student is truly hitting the gym. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I told my other student. And and that's what I'm saying. He's an adult student, and I understand our lives are stressful, and have a lot of other shit just like I bitch about, that's just completely unrelated to all the other endeavors and responsibilities that you have to do. And so, but what I was saying to him, I was like, if you were, because I'll just straight up, he's trying to learn Beethoven, and just some true classical music is what I'm trying to say. Some people are not truly interested in that, and I'll just say, especially again, when you're just teaching these kids, you're just teaching them to read and stuff. They're not even learning, getting close to learning, getting ready to even get anywhere close to Fur Elise or Moonlight Sonata. You know what I'm trying to say? And I'm just saying these are the pieces that every single person wants to play. Okay, and if it's not Moonlight Sonata, there's newer things now. Rush E. Okay, that is just something really new. And the first time I got asked that by a kid, it kind of like really surprised me. But now I mean I'm aware of it now. You know, but I'm saying a lot of people want to do it. A lot of people, they want to learn Urema, for real. Like one of my cousins, like he's like really artistic. You know, he got one of the artistic genes, you know, in our family. And anyway, so he like truly tried to take music lessons very seriously. You know what I'm saying? And enrolled in music classes and everything and whatnot. And anyways, but I just never forget it. But like, you know, it's just, you never forget the comments, especially that your family members make, especially like when you listen to the music that I'm trying to play and that I do play. Okay, you know, so just say, I hope at least the majority of the time it's kind of chill. But there's a lot of times I just like slamming on the keys, you know, and I don't even. I just call it just my expression. You know, I express different things. I can't always express soft, melancholic pussiness, you know, like I'm a fire symbol, by the way, okay? So, and it's like, you know, a fire symbol has to express that flame, that heat, you know? So, anyways, what I'm getting at is you know, I'm trying to learn all these pieces, you know, your family obviously knows you're working very hard to learn these pieces, and that the pieces themselves are incredibly difficult, and that it's like going to a museum. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of like how classical music is portrayed to just people that are not into classical music. It's like going to a museum. You know, like for a person who has never been to a museum. You know what I'm saying? And I'm talking about a person who has like never even been. You know, there's different types of museums. I want to further explain. I was just kind of solely talking about an art museum, but there's natural history museums. You know what I'm saying? And then there's museums dedicated to certain antiquities. And I'm saying, as a person who has never been to any museum, you know, they're gonna know nothing. You know, their first time that they go to a museum. You know, I mean, I don't know how they're going to experience, but it's going to be an experience for them. And so that's what I'm trying to say, is that like playing classical music for my family, that's what it feels like. It's like oh, we need to dress up and get ready and pay for $50 fucking parking because we're about to go to the Metropolitan. You know, every museum is downtown in the most expensive parts of town with all the infrastructure and everything. You know, and so you can't park anywhere. Everything's one way, and all the parking is super expensive, especially if it's for an event. Everything is like quadruple the amount of money. So, you know, $20 for parking is a steal anywhere downtown. Like, for real, like, you're going to an event, 30, 50. That's what I expect to pay. Excuse me, I don't want to pay that, but that's what I'm saying. I'm ready to pay like $30. You know, and then half the time they hire these people that just open up a garage and they just look like scalpers with their own scanners, and they even tell you, "Oh no, I'm legit. I'm hired by this area." You know, I love The Price is Right. Okay, and I bought a ticket to the Price is Right show, which is kind of like, it's essentially like The Price is Right with a guest speaker who's not Drew Carey, but you actually win prizes and you can get chosen from the audience and stuff. So I'm a diehard Price is Right person. I love. Okay, if you guys didn't notice, also my past live streams. So some TV shows that I really like. Okay, I do not like really anything that has humans. I like everything to be animated. And that's just what I like. Okay, everything animated or game shows. And so I like game shows that the ones I love all the time. The Price is Right, guys. I've been watching The Price is Right since before Bob Barker like passed off the torch, you know. And I've been watching The Price is Right all the way through pre-COVID days, pre-fat Drew Carey down to skinny Drew Carey, down to like there was this brief period during COVID when they like put bubbles in the audience, and like the audience, no, I'm not lying, was reduced to what felt like 20 people. It was so sad. I was like, please, please, this cannot be the future of The Price is Right. And that trend actually continued for a little bit. Now it's returned back, but in my opinion, the studio audience is greatly reduced, and they also through the use of mics and stuff that they place, they make it feel a lot bigger than it actually is, and that there's a lot more people. But I feel like there's a lot less people actually there now in The Price is Right. So I like The Price is Right. Wheel of Fortune's okay. It's really not a super favorite, but I'll watch it. And then my all-time, this is one of my all-time favorite game shows, guys. This is an older one, Supermarket Sweep. Okay, that's what I was saying. If you watch some of my old live streams, I just was watching Supermarket Sweep, and I can right now. I just haven't been, but I love that show, and I love the narrator, like who's like, Betty's going down to aisle 5, and boy, she's getting all those turkeys. It must be 20 pounds each one of them. She better hurry up. You know, I don't know. They just make the dumbest stuff. And sometimes they make some really corny, like, remarks about the players. And I don't know, something about the show. I just love the vibe of the show. Okay, and everybody just dresses differently. You could say it's like it has this weird atmosphere, like what was that movie Jim Carrey was in, The Truman Show, kind of something like that. It's like a weird thing like that. And also what's really funny too is not only the MC, but it's a mixture of the MC and the show host making these comments, like because he'll be like, you know, I'm sorry, every chick that's on there, they all look like lesbians, okay? Especially when they make them dress up in these 90s polo shirts of the same color. They definitely look like they're just munching carpets and tacos and shit. You know, so but they're not. When they interview them, they're always like, oh, this is either my worker or my sister or someone in my family, something like that. And you know, they're best friends, and it's nothing of a relationship like that, because TV was not like that back then, okay? You would never see that on television ever back then, okay? So that's what I'm trying to say. So it's guaranteed they're not lesbians, and if they were lesbians, you know, it was just absolutely something you would have to just know behind the scenes. But what I'm getting at, so they'd be like, what do you do? Let's say, here's Betty and Bertha. Betty and Bertha, what do you guys two do? Oh, we're both two elementary school teachers. You know, we're from Oregon, and I teach the 2nd grade, and Bertha, she teaches the 5th grade. But we really met each other doing Fair Day, because we put on the best Fair Day. And they have this dumb, stupid dance that they do with each other, and they smile and hug each other and shit. And then this is what I'm saying. And then the host will make this dumb fucking comment about whatever it is about their job, or about how that's what I love about this show. Just so like under the breath types of comments about all the contestants, you know. And it's almost, you know, it's not to the level of who's that hideous clown that's off the air now, and she's got like all these disease, Wendy. Okay, I believe that's her. Okay, that black lady where like 90% of her body is fake, you know, and whatever. So I wish her the best, but all the updates with her, it seems like, you know, she's like in a wheelchair, like that Saw clown. So anyway, sorry, but what all I'm trying to say is that's just some terrible fucking karma, because, you know, her and her fucking cameramen, you know, that's what I'm saying. Her show was the worst show ever. You know, she would make the worst comments about all her audience members, and then you see she call out her cameraman, and you see the cameraman pan and zoom, and they zoom into the person in the audience, and it's just like, you know, that's why I'm glad I was never on that show. You know, because you're just really putting yourself out there to just be depressed for the rest of the day, or just question your purpose in life after Wendy just puts you on blast in front of national television, you know, about how sad your life is, and, you know, and how beautiful her big butt and face and Botox looks. So anyways, so, you know, I'm sorry, like, I didn't play piano too much, but I picked up some great shit. And also I picked up food. I went to the Asian store. That's what I wanted to talk about. I wanted to talk about the shit I picked up, guys, because again, okay, it's computer shit, gaming shit. Okay, like I have a few friends that I that know all the BS. Okay, that's LOTS-o-B.S. that I'm up to, at least I have planned for my house. Oh my god, guys, I have so many plans. Like I get boners, like when I'm shopping and I find shit that can go in my house. You know, that's exactly what you need, especially when you get a deal. You know. So, anyways, I'm just saying I got a fucking deal today. If you followed my Instagram, you guys know what I got. So if you want to hurry up and know, because I'm gonna trail this out like I do with everything and go tangent and not talk about it for a while until all my points are made. You know, it's like kind of a buffer of a lot of points I want to make before I can come back down to the original point. So that's the way my conversations go. All I'm trying to say is I got some extra fucking deals. Yes, I was very frustrated, like a cranky fucking baby that did not have any food. Okay, driving today. I'm not gonna lie. Yes, I bitched and complained like a fucking little pussy. Okay, and I did the whole fucking everywhere I went for miles and miles and miles. I bitched and complained and yelled at everybody. Okay, and I needed to do that. Okay, so I recorded 9 minutes of it and I deleted it. Okay, I ultimately deleted it. I was about to upload it as like a hidden video, because if you guys didn't know, like every once in a while I have a lot of hidden videos. The way they become hidden is they're either uploaded. Look, I can't pin comments anymore. Okay, but in the past when I like my count is like under review for a number of things right now is all I'm trying to say. So I have not lost all privileges. I'll just say I have enough privileges. So thank you, YouTube. I don't want you to think I'm hating. I'm just saying I can't wait till you allow me to pin comments again to relate my videos to each other, and that's how I'm saying that's how you do it, because you're able to relate like an unlisted video, or with the community wall, I'm able to post an unlisted video to my wall. You know what I'm saying, to my community wall, and that's what I'm saying. That's how the video's hidden, because what I'm saying is that won't necessarily come up depending on how you upload it and it shows up in people's feeds. But essentially, even if it does show up in people's feeds and then you make it unlisted, what I'm saying is it will only show up if people are deliberately going to your community wall and seeing that specific post where you have the link. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to be like linked within the YouTube search engine at all. So what I'm trying to say, guys, is I got some awesome fucking shit today. Okay, at the end of the day, it made everything nice. And what else made it nice too is because, again, like I said, sometimes almost all the time when you're going to the thrift store, guys, I'm not fucking lying. Like, and everywhere in Cleveland, again, I've spoke about it in past streams, and I'll just say, yes, I voted to legalize marijuana here, okay? And marijuana is legal in Ohio, okay? So I'm not trying to make a statement. I'm not trying to be all stupid Cheech and Chong. And Cheech and Chong was the worst fucking thing to ever fucking happen for marijuana, you know? And they should do everything in their own right while they're still fucking alive to change that image. Okay, that's the truth. I will not watch that show. I hate that fucking show. That shit is not funny. There's a lot of shit like Jackass. I don't think that's funny at all. You know, there's a lot of shit. That's what I'm saying. Like earlier in my conversation, guys, like that's how serious I am for the majority of the time. It's like I just don't think a lot of shit's funny. You know, so I've been working on the humor is what I'm trying to say. So that's maybe why my humor just seems like, oh, I don't care. It makes me fucking laugh. So I've been working on that, and I enjoy laughing, if that makes sense. Like because I used to never laugh is what I'm trying to say. Like it's a cultural thing. It's all I can explain is like Asian people don't laugh. Okay, like that's just the truth. Especially like traditional old Asian people, they never fucking laugh. Okay, they are so serious. Okay, so not to say that you won't find one of them that's laughing, but I'm just saying, just on average, you know, just like Japanese have so many rules for everything. You know what I'm saying? And that's why while I might enjoy or appreciate the beauty of a Japanese woman, you know, I could never marry, and I'm just saying it would never happen either. Like a Japanese family would never like allow their Japanese daughter to marry a Vietnamese. It would be like below their left foot, just like how I always say, like the music of the Eagles is right now below my left foot. You know, like I mean that's just truly how it's seen. Like Japanese like marrying a Vietnamese, they only want to marry Japanese. You know what I'm saying? That's all the Asian cultures are. You know, like Chinese just want to marry Chinese. You know, only these Americanized younger generations are like intermixing. You know, especially just with just non-Asian. So So I mean that's a little side thing, but what I'm getting at is so I got a lot of shit and it made the end of my day better, like way better. I'm not gonna lie. And what I'm getting at, guys, with why I brought up the legalization, is because when you go to the thrift stores or almost anywhere, I'm telling you, everywhere, I'm telling you, even in okay, the only places I won't smell it are like a very high-end grocery store. But I'm saying even a Trader's Joe. I've smelled it at a Trader's Joe. But I'm saying, but like Whole Foods, again, which if you go to my live stream or my Instagram, you saw I went there today. That's what I'm saying. I went to the Asian store. I got some killer fucking shit. Amazing fucking killer fucking shit. That's the stories I want to talk about is by my thrifting stuff. Both at Goodwill and the thrift store. And then the food, which I got from both Whole Foods and the Asian store. But so this is what I'm getting at is it doesn't matter where you're at. Target, Walmart, especially any of these other places, they all smell like fucking weed. I'm not lying. You go in there, if it doesn't smell like diarrhea, I'm not fucking lying either. It's just like these places that have two smells. They smell like poop or they smell like weed. Okay? And anyways, every place smells like fucking weed. And what I'm trying to say is especially the thrift store. And on these Mondays, like, because the thing is people will go in there and like be like hotboxing their car. And since it's legal here, it's like, I mean, I would do it too if I smoked. Like, why would you keep it anywhere else? So they have their weed on them. So not only do they just reek of fucking like whatever the shit they smoked, and you can tell some people are smoking better shit than others, but they also have their bag of weed on them. And I don't know what the legal amount is here, but I want to say something like half an ounce is probably legal. Like I'll just say you cannot drive and like be using just like openly consuming. I mean, obviously you're gonna have to buy it, but you have to have it like in bags, and like smoking outside is not permitted. You know, you can smoke probably in your backyard and stuff, but you cannot smoke on like at the bar out in the public. You know, it's so there's rules to all of that still, which is cool. I think there need to be rules, and I'm glad there are rules. Okay, but all I'm trying to say is, nevertheless, even with those rules, every store you go to smells like weed. Okay, and that's what I'm saying. And so what I'm getting at is the thrift store, it always smells like weed. Everybody stinks because like more than half the people in the thrift store, for real, and Goodwill, I'm not lying, on these days, they're like just some janky people, man. Like, I don't even want to say homeless or even transitional housing. They're just nasty people. And these people like are all like, you have like so many different types of them. You know, you have these there's always these Hispanic Puerto Rican people, because there's a lot of Puerto Ricans up here, okay? That just yelling. I mean, I thought black people like to talk on their phones loud. No, fuck that. Puerto Rican, okay? Puerto Rican, you have these fat Puerto Rican little mamas with like 8 kids, you know, and the only kids that they have around them are the ones that can't run and walk. Okay, so they're pushing like a baby cart with 2 kids, and then they got another cart in the main cart, and then the 5 other kids are all running around, just a ruckus, just touching everything, breaking everything. Okay, now I'm just saying this is the thrift store, okay, and the Goodwill. Like, these stores are the most unorganized places ever, okay, and it's like no joke. You even like me, you have to sift through everything, especially looking for CDs, music, and VHS. And media, okay? It's not like a piece of furniture that sticks out. It's like you have this huge wall of trash-looking trash, okay, and buckets, okay, when it comes to CDs and records and stuff, and then you have to go through each one and just spend a whole fucking long time looking through all that shit, especially with records. They stink, they're all moldy. So anyways, you have them, and what I'm saying, them, you thought their kids was bad? No, what's bad about them is it really not their smell either. They usually always smell super fresh. I'm not gonna lie. Their laundry, they're always at the laundromats. There's so many coin laundromats, and they keep clean. Okay, Puerto Rican people, for the most part, every Puerto Rican I met is really clean. Okay, that's just the truth. Okay, and one of my dudes I used to live with, he was cool, and I mean he put up with my piano playing. Okay, he lived above me when I used to live in apartment style areas, you know. So, you know, this is my first house, my permanent house, okay. I've been living here a couple years now, but all the way up to prior to then, for the past 20 years, guys, I've been renting different apartments. I never spent more than 2 years at a single residence. Just always on the move, you know, every 2 years. Because breaking contracts and it constantly, just like a fucking phone bill, you know, just like my Spectrum. With guys, I'm making a video about how fucking fast and the difference between fiber optic, but them just raping me with the amount that they're charging me. And when you see my speed now with the amount that I'm paying now, well, so please stay tuned for my shorts. You know, that's kind of. So anyways, what I'm saying, they smell good, okay? They're always doing their laundry and they're clean, okay? And they're nice people. I love them. They got beautiful women too, okay? I've been really waiting to get my in with a Puerto Rican group, you know what I'm saying? So I can get with some of the women, because man, they are just banging, you know? And they know how to eat too. That's the other thing. I like their food. And I'm just saying that's a thing with me. That is a hand for real. That is a make and break. And you know, girls in the past. You know, I'm just saying everybody has different things, but the food for me is a big thing. If there's just so much of a difference between the way I like to eat and you like, there's a little bit of a compromise. But what I'm saying, if they're just like ultra, you know, just on one left field on just some kind of form of something, or I'll just say like if you can't eat pork, okay, I'll just say there's I'm not going to be marrying a Muslim, and I'm not going to be converting to Muslim. I'm not trying to say anything bad. I'm just trying to say solely in the sense of eating pork, you know, so in the most basic sense of like that. But you know, there's been a lot of chicks that I mean, you may like them, but you come to find out, I'll just say the food is a number one thing, because that's what you're doing all the time with your significant others, eating. So anyways, it's like if our food isn't there, or your palate isn't wide enough for me, then it's just like very unattractive to me. So anyways, that's what I'm saying. Puerto Rican people have a really good palate, is what I'm trying to say. So and not only a great palate, they may not like it, but what I'm saying is spicy food is part of their culture as well. It's part of some of the culture. So anyways, what I'm getting at ultimately is they smell good. They have like 8 babies. You know, 3 of them they're pushing. The other 5 are running around breaking everything. And what's most annoying about them is they're talking on their fucking phone on speakerphone. The whole fucking place. They're like 8 fucking aisles away. And they're just like yelling into their phone. And if they're not yelling into their phone, they got the other thing on fucking full fucking blast. So that everybody else can, you know, and they're not speaking English either. So it's like, look, you know, I'm sure a couple people can probably understand that, but the majority of people have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. Okay, I don't know what they're talking about. Okay, it's just like going into a nail salon, you know, like as a white person, you don't know what they're talking about. Okay, so I'll just say we're never talking about you. Okay, unless your feet fucking stink, or your breath fucking stinks, or you got hideous fucking makeup. Okay, then they're not talking about you. Okay, and mostly a lot comes down to smell. Okay, so as long as you smell good, they're probably not going to talk about you. Anyways, so but that's what they have. Then you have these other people that are just like these regulars that hang out at the bus stop. They take the bus, and either before or after waiting for the bus, they're just killing. Instead of waiting at the bus stop, which is this location, literally a huge bus stop hub where you can like park your car and take the bus, they almost share a parking lot. They share the same entrance and exit, okay? And so you have I call them the vagrants, okay? Because again, they're not homeless. They're not people in halfway houses. They're not transitional homeless people. They're people taking the bus, okay? And so they're coming from everywhere. And so they kill their time instead of, especially on these cold or rainy day, like this is what I'm trying to say. So they already stink from being super soggy on the stinky bus, you know, walking in the rain. And so you know, I'm just saying that's what happens. If I was riding the bus, it happens to me too. I stink. I start stinking, you know, everybody does. So what I'm trying to say, it just stinks. It's a stinky thing. So just like the subway smells like fucking ass. In New York, that's why I hate fucking New York. Okay, Homer Simpson, I'm completely down. Fuck New York. It's the smelliest, crappiest, shittiest fucking place. and I can talk a whole fucking hour long about why I fucking hate New York. Okay, and I never want to fucking live there. I never even want to fucking travel there ever. Okay, I have no desire to ever fuck. Interestingly enough, I love Ohio way more than I could ever love New York. Okay, that's the truth. So Ohio is way cooler than New York. So anyways, so you have these vagrants. That's what I call them. I call them the vagrants, and they're these people just waiting for the bus stop, waiting for the bus. Sometimes I'll just say more than often they're there for like more than an hour, because the bus stop you have to wait for a certain bus, and though it may seem like the buses are always coming and going, which they are, it's like some of the buses that these people need to take only come like twice or once a day, once in the morning and once at night. So they're just sitting there in the store just like, and the reason you're just like, why does this bother you so much, Eric? Is because these people are rude as fuck. You're like looking at shit and they like get in your way, and it's like, look, do you not see I blocked the whole fucking aisle off to just to show you that I don't want you getting fucking near me. And then they push your cart out of the way and they go up here and all up in you. They don't even say excuse me. They smell like shit, and they're like only after that they pushed you out of the way, seen what they wanted to see, and left the aisle, they said, oh, excuse me. I'm like, yeah, bitch, fuck you. Luckily I keep my fucking cool because I'm getting deals, with shit. But I'm just saying, this is the kind of shit. This is what I'm saying. Like when you have all these types of people adding up, which I'm gonna further explain all the other types of people that you see at the fucking thrift stores. Okay, it's like, dude, it's like I don't want to see none of these motherfucking people. Okay, so you have these vagrants. You have the Puerto Rican chicks that just won't shut the fuck up. Okay, and then you have these black guys that just, I don't know what the fuck they're doing. They're just dressed up like they're going to Sunday church to go to the Goodwill, okay? And yeah, why does that piss you off, Eric? It's because they always want to fucking talk to you because they know they're like the best looking person. They don't stink. They if anything, they smell really good. They look as good as all the bullshit that they're wearing. I'm like, why are you fucking wearing this shit to the Goodwill? Okay? Okay, anyway, so but what I'm trying to say is like they want to talk to you, and every fucking time it's like look, can you please leave like this aisle, because like half the time you're just trying to avoid them now because I don't want to talk to you. I don't want you to talk to me. It's like you're not doing anything either. They're not buying anything. They don't have a cart. I don't know why they're there. And there was 2 of them today. I'm not lying. His shoes had to be like $500, and his stupid fucking scarf that he just had on just with his coat had to be another $150 for that stupid fucking scarf. His whole getup probably had to be $1,000. He was probably wearing $1,000 of clothes. At the fucking Goodwill. Okay, so you have people like that. Okay, then you have these old, like I call them like the crazy cat ladies. Okay, and I'm not lying. Like instead of like the cart, if you watch The Simpsons, Crazy Cat Lady, there's an episode where she's pushing a cart and the cart is full of cats and she's like throwing the cats. And that's what I'm saying. Instead of cats, these people, it's like I didn't even know you could find this much shit in the Goodwill or the thrift store, but they got their whole cart filled up to the brim, like with so much bullshit. And then like I've seen these people check out too, like no joke, like when you hear they're buying all this shit on non-half day too. And they're dropping like $250, $200, and and what I'm trying to say is these people are like absolute straight up hoarders is what I'm trying to. They're absolute hoarders. Even by the way they are filling their cart, they are hoarders, and that's what I'm saying. A lot of hoarders have a lot of money somehow. You know what I'm saying? A lot of them are getting some kind of disability check. That's what I'm trying to say. So they're getting all this money, disabilities. What do they spend it on? They spend it on taking an Uber or whatever, or driving their like 87 Chevy up to the thrift store. Everything is rusted out. Absolutely everything is rusted out except for the gas pedal, so that works. Gas pedals and brakes works. And so they drive that fucking shit up there. They already got, like, you go look in the back of their fucking truck. It's like, look, how are you gonna I'm not lying. These people, like, you go look at some of these people's cars, okay, and then you see like who's going out to which car. Some of these people, they're not living in their car. Literally, their car has so much shit in it. It's like just pushed to the fucking window, like if someone took a trash compactor and just shoved it. Because I'm not lying, more than half the stuff is just straight up fucking trash, clothes, and then you see they have this big fucking cart full of fucking $200 of the most random fucking shit you could ever fucking see. It's like, you're not gonna use any of that shit, because a lot of this stuff, it's like, dude, I know what's valuable and what works. And half the time I see the shit that they buy, I'm like, you're not gonna fix that. Like, why do you want that? I'm just saying, as sad as it is, that's how the thrift store makes a lot of money too, guys. Is the thing about electronics or furniture, is sometimes, or the majority of times it needs TLC or a little bit of fix. But some other stuff, like if it's some plastic infused thing, or if it's something that is supposed to have like 5 other items along with it, but it's missing everything, it's absolutely useless without these other 5 other items. But they don't care. They buy it for like a huge price. So what I'm getting at, guys, is, and then you have these, you do have the people scanning fucking everything and just also being an absolute motherfucking dick, because they're eyeing everything you have in your cart. They get so mad, they get so jealous, like fucking, no joke, like jealous, like in lovers' relationships or something, jealousy, that you're looking at videos longer than them or first, and like, it's just really annoying. Most people are nice, but some people are just absolute motherfucking dicks, and it's just like, well, look, it's like they want to look at it, they're going to look at it, and they're going to take everything they want to fucking take. And they're going to scan everything they want to fucking scan. And they don't care that you've already been there. They're going to go up there with their phone, push you fucking out of the way, and start fucking scanning every fucking DVD and book. So what I'm getting at is, sometimes there's also people they're looking for the same exact shit you are. And I'll just say, lately there are, especially when it comes to just electronic shit. There's always, especially computer stuff, lately now, there's always a couple guys trying to find computer shit. And so all I'm trying to say is, today, during my electronics find, I'm just glad that this guy put back the thing that he did put back and was interested in a different receiver. But he was also nice and wasn't trying to buy everything or hoard everything as well. And what I'm trying to say is, I'm glad that we both left today, both with an amplifier / receiver that we both wanted. We both got a deal for. He paid $22 for his. I paid $14 for mine. It's a Sony STR K7000. Okay, so go look this up. Okay. And I got it for $13.99, guys. So yes, I'm going to use it, and I'm going to add it to my collection, guys, because I love collecting audio equipment. Okay, that is really just one of my things now, especially now since the 90s is considered vintage, guys. All this stuff. I mean, people are look. I got this right here. Look at this Cooler Master cooler. I got this for $6. Okay, this is a newer one. Okay, hopefully I can find the right mount or whatever, and that's all it needs. I mean, it's got an A mount on there. It's a Cooler Master, huge heatsink fan. That shit used. I remember when I bought my first Cooler Master Thermaltake heatsink. I paid like $60 for that shit. When these enormous intercoolers first came out, it was like the coolest thing to have, before water cooling is what I'm talking about. So, and then additionally, because I also did have one of the very first water cooling, I'll say water cooling has become very standardized. Before, back in the day with water cooling, you had to do everything down to the fittings. And everything was down to like getting a very specific GPU bracket and cooler, changing it out, and again with all the fittings, and the radiators and everything you had to build it together. It was very hard to find an all-in-one type of package, anyways, so I'm gonna we're gonna take my chicken out. We're gonna move the camera. Okay, we're gonna start talking about some other shit I got. Okay, today, and we're also gonna get my food ready, because again, I'm really hungry, guys. I want to talk about the food though that I got, and also de-thaw this chicken, which is right here. So this is the last of my chicken, guys, that I made I guess more than a week ago. Okay, so so I'll just say it's looking nice, guys. This house next door. Long story short, it's like finally getting done, and it's just nice to see that like it's getting done and completely redone. It's absolutely been 100% remodeled, guys, from the inside out. Reframed, replumbed, re-electrical, everything. Brand new drywall, 100% brand new ceiling. And when you saw this place, this is where I got the piano from. That's in my garage, you know, my spin-it piano. And again, I would have never taken a piano that shitty and also in that shitty of a condition. But it's just kind of like it's like it's a memoir of the street, you know. So I read this book a long time ago. We had to read it in school, called The House on Mango Street, and it's where I learned the word vignette. But that's what I like. It's the piano is a vignette of what this street and house used to be and is now. You know what I mean? And like, and now at this point, the piano is the absolute last thing that was ever part of that house. You know, and I own it. You get what I'm trying to say? So, and again, I would have never gotten it if I couldn't just roll it over. And I guess there's a dumb sentimental value. But anyways, when it breaks, I'm replacing it. We're trashing it. But for right now, I mean, I ghetto all it actually just needs like 30% more fixes. But like the sound block and tuning is nice. It's good. And even considering I leave it out there in the winter without heating, guys, and it still sounded nice. You know, I played that shit in the coldest part of winter. You know, so I mean that's impressive for me. Okay. So here's my chicken, and I freeze it with in between parchment paper, and this allows it to not stick to each other. I want to show you my chicken, guys, and these are pretty big chicken breast pieces. Okay, and I'm gonna pan fry these. Okay. Right here. Okay. So look, I bought some bread, okay? I bought this pre-cut bread right here. Okay, so we're gonna bust into that. I'm gonna bust into that soon now, okay? Then, this is what I want to talk about, guys, the ramen. Okay, this is like the only one that's good. They only have, Mama has so many flavors. All the flavors minus this one in the silver bag are related, meaning like they have 3 different types of ramen. This creamy one, okay, the silver one, and then all their other flavors, which are all ass. So anyways, they had these for $2.79 for a pack of 5. So I got 2 of these. This is amazing too, because a single pack of these, the big ones, even at Walmart, they sell these for more than $1, guys. Okay, and then guys, this is like some of the rarest ramen, but I've been eating this ramen off and on for a long time, but they had it. They wanted 89 cents a ramen. I'm like, fuck it. But Kung Fu ramen, guys. This is some of my most highly recommended ramen. If you can find this Kung Fu ramen, you will not be disappointed, okay? So, I got those ramens, okay? So we're gonna eat some of these vegetables. So I got some of this bok choy, baby bok choy, okay? And then they just put this out too. So I spent about $5 on vegetables, guys, which is actually excellent. Okay, look, and then so I solely went to the Asian store, guys, because I wanted Thai chili peppers. I don't know, like I said, I made in a past live stream, I talked about how they get moldy because people don't buy them. So anyways, they had these long chilies, and I've never seen these at a white store, at a non-Asian store. So I was like, fuck it, we're gonna buy these and I'm gonna try them out. They look really good. So I got those chilies. Okay, but tonight we're eating that chicken. Okay, guys. Oh, and then here I got some new fish sauce. Okay, because fish sauce is not only is something that we eat, but I'll just say it's an excellent marinade even for chicken. And man, this is like one of the nicest bottles. Even before I open it up, I'm gonna make a short of this. It's so nice. So what a beautiful looking bottle. Like, no joke, this is like whiskey level. And so this is aged and bottled in Vietnam. Okay, I only go for fish sauces made. Okay, actually, so I'll buy other fish sauces, but here's the deal. Like my serious fish sauce, which I want to make the mum with, I always use something like this. What I'm saying is there's like squid, there's like 3 crabs, 5 crabs, there's like North 30, there's all these different other brands of fish sauces, which they all have their own different tangs, but they're all from different other countries. And when I say what those fish sauces are good for, is they're good just to add a little bit to soup, or the better marinade. And that's what I'm saying. I use this for marinade. Anyways, what I'm saying is also is because I paid close to $10 for this one when like a squid fish sauce only costs like $4. It was like $4.50. It wasn't even $5. So anyways, we got that. Okay. Okay. There's definitely, I'm sorry, something real sour smelling. We're gonna try out this bread with olive oil, guys. Olive oil and pepper. Okay. Because I am hungry. My mouth is also really, really dry from talking this much. We got 2 pieces of bread actually. So we're gonna put olive oil, straight up olive oil and pepper. And that's the way we eat the bread. Amazing. So I love bread, I love olive oil, I love pepper. And a touch of salt. Doesn't actually need a touch. I mean, I put it, whatever. It didn't need salt. So that's the bread we got, guys. And I didn't even toast this, guys. I always toast my bread. I like my bread extremely crunchy. It's not even 7:30 yet. This tastes amazing. Okay, we're going to start going through. Oh, I got some excellent shit. We're going to talk about the shit I bought today. Okay, sorry, I see someone else stop by. So yeah, thanks for stopping by. Okay, I'm going to eat this other piece of bread real quick. We're gonna let it munch. We're gonna start talking about all the shit which I got. Okay, that was the food. Okay, and then I got a small Caesar salad, the last of it, for a small bowl. Okay, I'm gonna show you the shit we got. Let's go. So I got this for $2. Okay, and not like necessarily really rare or anything. I'll just say it's kind of interesting to find this at a Goodwill, but it's just a nice coffee. Okay, and I'm a huge fan of George Boulay. I'm an enormous fan actually of George Boulay, so that's why I bought it. And I like it that this was clean. This was $2, and this is a concerto that he had a lot to talk about. And look, there's all this interesting writing, of course. Like you cannot mention this concerto without Horowitz, so of course he's mentioned there. This is George Boulay with Ivan Fisher. So he recorded this concerto a number of times, and from what I remember, at least from one of the recordings that I listened to him play, it was one of the slowest tempos I've ever heard. Okay, nevertheless, I like the playing, so we're gonna still keep it there. Okay. Whoops. Yeah, we're gonna keep it here. Okay, I hope you guys can see that. Okay, my days are off. Okay, I thought it was Friday today, so it's not Friday, guys. Okay. I'm gonna take this off now. Okay, this outer thing. When we go back to the piano, which we are going to return to the piano, I see everybody has tuned out now since I'm talking about whatever I'm talking about now. But we will return to the piano. Okay, I do want to eat a little bit because I have to wait for this chicken to thaw before I can even use it. Okay, look. I got these fucking Jackie Chan double tape sets, and they wanted $3. I was like, fuck it, I don't care. This is worth it. Jackie Chan best fights and greatest stunts. Okay. Only 40 minutes. So even though it's a double tape set, you could easily still have put this on one tape. Oh, okay. This is Shaolin Wooden Men. Man, I want to watch that. So let's see, this is an EP mode, 98 minutes. That's cool. So it's like 2 hours of Jackie Chan right here, a movie and the greatest stunts, okay? Then I got this other Jackie Chan right here, okay? Jackie Chan, Fist of Fury, and Snake Fist Fighter. And guys, just Jackie Chan movies on VHS are becoming harder to find. They really honestly are. This is awesome, guys. I'm about to watch all three of these. So this one needs to be rewound, so it must be good. Both these must be good. Both these 105 and 90 minutes. Both these must be good if they have not been rewound. That means someone watched them all the way through and just didn't rewind them. So we're gonna watch those soon. Those the new VHS which I got. Okay, you gotta check my shorts out. But I got a for $5, guys. I got a stand for my CRT Retro Gaming Center, and there was just so many things to consider with the height of the TV. But here's the deal: is I have a chair. I have the X Pro gaming chair with the pedestal, so that it's up a little higher, but it's going to be the perfect height when I'm sitting in my gaming chair. And so I'm stoked. It's still in my car. I'm too lazy to go get it right now. Hi Laura, I'm sorry I did not get back to you earlier. Your message went to my spam folder. That's cool. I would love to tune your piano for your son, but I hope he is still around when I'm available, because the next opening I have is not until Monday, March 16th. Will he still be in town then, or is that too late? Question mark. Thank you for the reply about the information of your piano. And for a piano that is not regularly tuned every 6 months like you described, it will take me a number of passes up to 4 times before the piano will hold pitch. comma, take 2 to 3 hours, comma, and cost $250. Oh, wow, thanks for sending those. Those cakes look nice. What flavors are they? Question mark. Very handsome looking Charlie. Happy birthday. Very handsome looking Charlie. Happy birthday. Does the drawing pad and game work? Question mark. Oh my god, this is what I hate. Never mind. I'm just saying, look. Sorry, this is like so much stuff going on. Like, if you guys checked out my live stream yesterday, I set my phone, you know, to try to do an hour or like 50 minutes of whatever I was working on yesterday, and for the first 40 fucking minutes of my whole practice, my phone went off every fucking 3 minutes. The same thing now. It's just still fucking going off right now. Well, 10 a.m. is best for me, but I completely... I try to do 10 a.m.s because that's best for me, but I can totally accommodate your schedule if it needs to be in the evening or afternoon. Afternoon or evening. So, okay, lastly, guys, sorry. Okay, yes. All I gotta say is I'm making money, guys. Just this for all these phone calls. That was like almost like $1,000. Well, I haven't done the work yet. But what I'm saying, that's essentially what it is. Now, I mean, I have it lined up. As long as the stuff doesn't fall through, it's $1,000. So, anyways, that's what I'm saying. That's why it's important for me, especially kind of what I was complaining is, or I guess not complaining. What I'm learning is, even though it's like you may, or at least me, I want to do the tunings at certain times. When it comes to answering the phones and stuff, it's like also a very different thing. Because other people, and I understand again that tuning the piano is the last expense anybody is trying to do. They got to pay for their car insurance, phone, the car note, house rent, all this other stuff. So the piano is the absolute last thing that comes, which is cool. I understand that. But so what that entails though is that everybody also relegates to doing any form of communication involving getting the piano tune at the end of their day, like when they're resting. That's when I'm trying to rest. I'm trying to rest too. It's like do this shit in the morning. When everybody else makes, and that's what I do. I call everybody back in the morning. But like all these people that call you, there's another thing that people call you on a Sunday morning, or anybody that puts a request for you to Sunday. It's like they're not going to church. I'm not trying to say anything, but I'm just trying to say that it's like I'm always in church. Okay, Sunday morning. So that's like last Sunday, I got on my way to driving to church. I got 3 people asking me to tune a piano. Okay, and I think 2 of those people were again that 2 of those like 8 people that I mentioned that just completely turned me down. Most people turn me down nice, but one guy was just irate that I wouldn't do for $100. I was like, I'm sorry, bud. Nobody. I mean, I'm sure. I'll just say, yeah, someone else can do it for $100, but not me. Okay, my skill is way higher than that. Especially again, all this overhead, and then additionally, I've already calculated the traveling cost into it. So it's like really when you calculate all the stuff that it's costing me and coming out, it's like I'm not making that much money. That's just true. I'm really not making that much money. So that's why I'm not doing this shit. Impossible. It's not happening for $100. So, and anyway, so just like this lady, we finally got in touch with her. Now I finally got in touch with her, and now I was like, look, this is what the truth is, because you're finally telling me about your piano. This isn't just like I have a car. Change my oil, and then just expect a one catch-all price. No, absolutely not. It's the most individual thing. Or it's just like saying, okay, look, you got a wedding? Okay, well here's $10. Go get a haircut. No, you need to go to somebody that's gonna $300. That's gonna make your hair fucking nice for your wedding. You get what I'm trying to say? And that's what people don't understand how the piano is, and that's what I'm saying. So it's relegated to the end of the day. I finally got her, so I was like, look, this is my price, and now it's like she's not interested, which is fine. But that's what I'm saying. A lot of people like. I'm just saying, now it's in perspective. You finally told me with the piano you have, you don't take care of it, you don't tune it, okay? It's not going to cost $100, okay? Especially if you live 50 fucking miles away, okay? And it's like I've been giving people so many deals about, essentially because they're first customers, I'm coming over there to do more than just the tuning, or that's what I'm saying. It's the first time customer, so yeah. So I'll cut you a little deals, but I'm just saying like again, I can't undercut myself for the rest of everybody else too when I should really be charging like $400. No joke. Like half these people that I tune their pianos and all the work that I do, like. It's just I don't want to be one of these dudes at this point right now, because this is what's going to happen where you come up at the end and they're like, well, I thought you quoted me X amount of this, and then now I'm paying almost double as much. I'm like, well, yeah, that's exactly how much work I did. Okay, how does that come out to double as much? Well, look, I just cleaned your whole fucking piano inside out, $150. Okay, I fixed 3 fucking strings. Okay, just most people to just even fix a note, it's like $100. Replace a string, a bass string, $240. So. That's cool. So this person, okay, that's cool. I'm just saying now this person knows what it's going to entail. I mean, she's extremely busy. feel free to reach out to me again whenever you're ready to have it tuned, and we can talk about planning a day at that point. Thank you. Have a good night. So anyways, like for example, I had this other lady, she's one of the people that turned me down, guys, and this lady has been phone tagging me for over a year. I'm not lying. Over a year. Okay, they slowed down, but the first initial phone tags was like over 3 months, okay? And she kept coming in and backing out, coming in and backing out, coming in and backing out of all these appointments that I would make with her, okay? And this is when I was just trying to get good reviews too, so I like cut a lot of people a lot of slack, and I didn't charge a lot, okay, at all. Especially it just I even now I'm not charging what I should be charging. So, anyways, she finally reached out to me again, like 2 or 3 days ago, and I haven't heard from her in like 6 months. This is like the longest it's been, and I was like, look, lady, this is how much it's gonna cost, and take and long, and here's the explanation why, you know, and I haven't heard from her since now. So I was just like, look, I'm not playing your games, lady. You know, I already gave you an effing deal for the past year, and you never wanted to take it, you know, and then now I'm telling you the truth. It's like, look, okay, this is my price right now, okay. So, and I stand by my work. I'm just saying, go look at all my reviews, 100% of my reviews, okay. So that's what I'm saying. You know, this is just like the issue of like all these bars or restaurants want to hire a musician, but you don't want to pay. You want the musician to play for 4 hours, but you only want to pay him $100. No, dude, I'm telling you, if I'm hiring a musician like and it's a good restaurant, and I mean, we're coming out to a deal, but I'm like, look, if he's playing 4 hours, you know, on the low end, he's at least getting $250, $300. That's what I'm trying to pay my musician. You know what I'm trying to say? Not everyone's like that. Some people are like $50, $100 is like outrageous to them. You know, I'm like, well, how expensive and good is your food? Your food is shit. Okay, fuck that. Or your food is this much, and that's why it costs this much. You know, so. Anyways, we're gonna talk about the electronics shit because I want to break this down, guys. I got a total fucking steal. I got some DDR4 memory, just if that. That's all I want to see. We're gonna pull this out. I want to show you the first thing real quick. So, is this okay? Anybody watching? Okay, no one's watching. Okay, look, I got this for $13.99, $14. Okay, the Sony STRK7000. Okay, and look, it's got HDMI. Okay, so that's what's cool. It's got HDMI. Okay, it's got XM satellite radio. You know, so this is like a little bit newer one. And it's heavy and nice, guys. So we're gonna plug it in. We're just gonna see if I didn't even power it on. I mean, I'm pretty sure it does, but there's always a chance that it doesn't power on. Okay, I plugged it in, let's see. Okay, look, it works. Okay, of course it doesn't have the remote. Good, the dial isn't messed up or anything. Oh man, this thing is nice, guys. Oh my god, it's nice. Video 1, video 2, SACD, it's got a radio. So, does this have A and B speakers? What does this have? Yeah, it has B speakers too. I love this B speaker feature, guys. So I gotta look it up. I want to know if we can use the B speakers. Good. Okay, you can use the B speakers at the same time, guys. That's how you get a cool sounding system, guys. With a 5.1 system, is you get one of these receivers that has A and B speakers that allows you to use both the B speakers. And then it's you have I put double speakers in the front. Okay, so that's this one, guys. Now we got a computer. Okay, and this computer looks brand new, guys. Or not brand new, but what I'm saying, it's like I can't believe they put this shit for $7.99, guys. Like they have shit priced so fucking weird at the store, guys. Like shit that should be super expensive is super cheap, and shit that like shouldn't be worth anything is so the power cord is stuck, okay, with this clip thing. Okay, I don't necessarily know how to undo it. I'm not going to do it. Okay, so but we're going to move the camera. We're going to see what's in here. I saw that there was a Wi-Fi-ish card. I saw that there was 2 sticks of RAM. I already know there's an i5 processor in here. Okay, and I guess yeah, we're gonna fucking power it up, guys. We're gonna see because I got extra shit to hook this up. Yeah, I got everything I need to see if this even works. Okay, so the case. What's cool, guys, is this is kind of like a mini desktop. That's what I like about it too. It's so compact. It only has one PCI Express slot. But that's what I'm saying. This is perfect for my basement. So here's the power supply right here. So okay, look. So look, it's got an M.2 in here. Okay, what is it? Solid state. Oh my God, guys, this has a 250 gig SSD, guys. This has I got this shit for $7.99, guys. This has I don't know why is this shit so cheap. So look, it's a short, really short SSD. Okay, so this has onboard graphics too, guys. This is a fucking kick-ass system right here. This is like it's gonna be faster than this Precision. Okay. Oh, I just need to zoom this because my vision's bad. 256 SSD, okay? Kioxa, and then here, I'm guessing this is the wireless card. Wireless Bluetooth, maybe. That's MLAN, okay? So, the battery looks brand new. We've got this processor in here. We're going to open this up. Okay, I'm definitely cleaning this processor out. Okay? So we're kind of like really limited on what else we can expand. What's cool about this, guys, is they took it out. They took it out. It's supposed to have a DVD drive, guys. It's a slim DVD drive. They took it out. Well, interesting. Okay, well, I'm not complaining, but that's honestly something I really wanted, guys, was this DVD. So it's not there anymore. Okay, so let's see what kind of memory we got. I already know it's DDR4, guys. Do we get 16? Is it 8? Okay, it's probably 8. But 16 or 32. It accepts 64. Okay, so I doubt these are that high, but we're about to find out. I was guessing it's probably 16 gigs. So Samsung says 8 gigs. 8 gigs DDR4. Okay, I mean that's what it is. I'm happy with that. Oh, it's got 12 gigs. Weird. This is an 8 gigs. It's got 12 gigs, guys. 2 different sticks. 12 gigs. Okay, that's weird. Okay, but we're going with it. Okay, 12 gigs is nice. But DDR4. Guys, this thing is like ready to go already. All I gotta do is power it on. It's got an SSD, a 256 gig SSD. So, but there's not so much for expansion. With this board, yeah, but what I'm saying, but you need another power supply or a different case. So that's crazy. That's 12 gigs. We're gonna vacuum this shit out. I can't believe it's got an SSD in here, guys. That's just so effing cool. And this is DDR4. I can't believe they wanted $7 for this fucking computer, guys. So yeah, we're gonna wipe all this shit out real quick. We're gonna get some tunes on, okay? We're gonna catch up with the news, okay? I'm not trying to make a political statement. I just want to hear what's happening in the background.
Yeah, we're also being told that there's a statement coming from Ed Miliband, the Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero, Henry. I'm sure you have a thought on BP and probably will bring the House up to speed on that. But more generally, and of more concern to people here, is the price of their household bills.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, actually, it's worth stating that Ed Miliband's job title is Energy Security Secretary. When he last did that job under Gordon Brown, it was just Energy Secretary. Now it's Energy Security Secretary, and that was a title created by Rishi Sunak when he was Prime Minister, not so long after Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. And I think it was a reflection of an issue that probably hadn't been discussed sufficiently in British politics for some decades because it hadn't needed to be, which is that question of energy security in an era of conflict. And it is a question which now falls to this government. And I think you will hear in that statement with Ed Miliband criticism from other parts of the political spectrum in the House of Commons about what they see as his over-ambitious climate targets, which they believe hamper energy security. But he would say, and will say I'm sure later, that in his view and in this government's view, weaning the UK off reliance on fossil fuels and onto more sustainable, renewable fuels is a way of enhancing energy security at a time when we may well be seeing price shocks in fossil fuel sources.
Can you give us a quick update on the passengers coming back from that region, Henry?
Oh man, I wish this thing happened to the CD drive, guys.
Flight from Oman,
I can't believe it's missing the CD drive.
Didn't take off.
But it has everything. I mean, I guess I can't complain, but that is just
will
something
take
I
today.
really was looking forward to.
That is just a small part of a much bigger issue across the region.
Henry Zeffman, thank you very much.
Yeah, I can't believe they're letting this computer go for $7, guys.
Let's turn a little bit to what is going on.
They must have thought it was like a media server or something.
The region. I'm talking across Henry.
It's totally not a media server.
Coming in. With me in the studio is Shivash.
Straight up desktop computer, guys.
Very difficult at the moment to get a picture of what is being hit in Iran because, of course, we have this internet communications blackout. But what are you able to glean?
From the statements coming out of Israel and the U.S. have been targeting different military bases, over 2,000 according to the CENTCOM. But in terms of the mood inside the capital and other cities around Iran, the civilians have been impacted. The latest toll that we have is 1,097 people killed. That was the toll yesterday, civilians. But nevertheless, a lot of people feel that these are precision hits, so it will not impact them. So unlike the 12-day war, a lot of people in the capital haven't fled. But in other cities where you have military installations, military bases, or their industrial hubs for military production and maritime centers, like in the southern coastal cities of Iran, the local communities have just deserted the town because whatever explosions that take place around them will impact them as well.
Yeah, for people who obviously are following events closely in Iran from the diaspora, they presumably have lots of questions for you. Just for our viewers, how many people tune in to BBC Persian and what sort of two-way conversation is there in your newsroom at the moment?
It's very difficult to gauge the ratings or TV ratings because we're really focused on Iran itself, and it's very difficult to say how many people are watching BBC at the time. We have a huge Instagram following, over 20 million Instagram followers, and that's the main means of communication among Iranians. That's the main platform that they use. But there are also close to 7 to 8 million people in the diaspora, and they watch BBC. And we don't have exact figures, but they.
Okay, we're gonna hook up this computer, guys. We're gonna use my new mouse.
Sometimes.
So it's already got a video card on here, onboard graphics.
Local communities
Okay.
inside Iran.
We're gonna use
parents belong wanting to see.
My
how
nice
things are
new
there.
keyboard over here.
Just this morning, you
That I bought just for one of these purposes.
How chaotic it is, and maybe chaos is the
This
strategy
one.
for the IRGC, the Iranian military.
Find the
found
mouse.
At Azerbaijan this morning, at the UAE, at Doha, another warning in Cyprus today. There's a report of a missile going into Turkey, with whom they've had an accommodation agreed. Who is in charge of this, or do you think actually that it's so chaotic because no one is in charge of it?
Or maybe it's that they've institutionalized a very, very decentralized command system now
quite
in
thriving now.
anticipation
Yeah.
of this attack. They've had a year to prepare for this. So according to one Iranian official yesterday, we have 3 or 4 layers of succession for every single military commander that we have. They've delegated a lot of the powers and authorities to mayors and different local communities to, in coordination with the IRGC's local areas, to respond militarily. So even if the central government collapses in Tehran, which it seems unlikely at the moment, still it doesn't mean that the regime has collapsed. So we might get into the territory where we just ask, what does regime change even mean?
Shivash Arlan, thank you very much indeed for that. We are just coming up to... We can speak to Mehan Kamarava. He's a professor of government at Georgetown University in Qatar, specialist on the Iran regime as well. Am I right in saying you've been in the shelter this morning?
Well, we've all been asked to shelter in place, and we've trying to stay secure within our own homes.
Right. It must be deeply unnerving.
It is. It's particularly unnerving because Doha is one of the world's safest cities. We're not used to this sort of thing, hearing massive explosions overhead. So yes, it is quite unnerving.
Do you get a sense or a feeling or a confidence that the interceptors will, that there are enough of them, that the Qataris and the United States can continue to repel the drones and the missiles that are coming in?
Well, there's a mixed blessing here. On the one hand, we have the headquarters of Central Command, of the U.S. Central Command here, not very far, in fact, from where I live. And so what that means is that the place is targeted by the Iranian Revolutionary Guards quite frequently, but also it is heavily guarded and protected. That's why I assume, and in fact we have satellite information that shows that there are major interceptors located not very far from here. So yes, I think Doha is pretty
So I'm
well
looking for the
covered,
mouse, guys. I
not
forgot where I put
necessarily
it.
because of Doha itself, but because of the U.S. military presence.
Is there more pressure, do you think, on the Gulf states to become more actively involved? They've taken a pummeling over 6 days. What is the public mood on the street about the involvement or otherwise of the governments in the Gulf region?
It's very difficult to discern the public mood because we're all under shelter in place order, and let's not forget we're also in the holy month of Ramadan, where most people are at home at any rate, or working hours have been reduced. Incidentally, I should mention that for the last 5 days or so, nobody has been able to go to the office. Universities and schools are teaching remotely, government offices are shut. Only hospitals, supermarkets, pharmacies, and most other businesses are operating. But it's not as if you have throngs of people in the streets. But I think what we see is that the Gulf states, not just here in Qatar, but other Persian Gulf states, are caught in a conundrum. On the one hand, there is tremendous public pressure to somehow respond. And on the other hand, they do not want to be involved in America's war. And as we just heard Luce Doucette say, this war is going to last for some time. and the memory of it is going to last for generations. So they're
Just
beloved.
very quickly on that point, I only have a minute left. I mean, these countries have made huge profits from becoming a safe haven in the region and encouraging investment and tourism. Is that damaged irrevocably?
Well, I'm not sure if it's damaged irrevocably, but it certainly is damaged. These, as you mentioned, are hubs of global finance and trade, hubs of global transport and major transport arteries, air transport arteries. And so I think that certainly is going to take some time. The damage is going to take some time to repair.
This is BBC News. The headlines. Israel has begun a new wave of strikes across Iran and Lebanon as the conflict widens in the Middle East. Azerbaijan says one of its airports has been attacked by Iranian drones as the impact of the conflict continues to spread. Some flights with stranded passengers have left the region, though one flight chartered by the British government has failed to take off as planned. Just going to show you some live pictures from the Lebanon border where there's still plenty of activity. You'll remember that the Israeli Defence Forces crossed the border on Tuesday and have issued evacuation orders to over 20 villages south of the Litani River. That is just across the border, I'm being told, but you can see in the foreground there the amount and level of destruction there already is. Much of that, of course, left over from the war in 2024. I am also looking at the skyline above South Beirut, which has been targeted overnight. That at the moment is clear, but we have seen in the last hour explosions in the south of the city as well. There's been a siren sounding at Akrotiri in the last hour as well, the Air Force base in Cyprus. Jess Parker, who's in Limassol for us today, says that she understands the siren went off while the Defence Secretary John Healey was on the base, but sources inside say it was precautionary, and it became clear soon after that there was no immediate threat. Let's focus on what's happening in the region, because of course there's quite a lot going on in Abu Dhabi and also in Qatar today. Let me show you the skyline in Qatar for a second, which is pretty clear at the moment, but across the way in Abu Dhabi there have been drones falling from the sky that have been hit by interceptors. So in one of the big industrial complexes in Abu Dhabi, the authorities say that shrapnel has fallen into the industrial base, and of course they're telling people to shelter in place. But oil prices stabilised on Wednesday, but they have been rising again today on the new fears about longer-term disruption to global supplies. And we've just been telling you in the last half an hour that BP is evacuating its foreign staff from the Rumaila oil field in the south of Iraq. Let's explore that with Samuel Chisha, partner at ELS Analysis. Thanks for being with us. I guess that's going to set hearts fluttering on the markets today, isn't it? That BP is starting to pull staff out.
Well, we've seen a lot of news actually about staff being pulled out now from different parts of the Gulf. And yes, I think this is it's starting to dawn gradually on the market that the very quick solution, which I think a lot of people had counted on before, during the weekend when this started, it's probably not happening. It will take time to start up facilities, to start oil fields, to start gas fields, LNG trains, etc. So even now, everybody still seems to be hoping in the market for a quick solution. It's not as quick as we thought a few days ago.
The maritime authorities in the Gulf say there are 20,000 people, ship crew, that would be working the tankers that are currently stranded in the area. And of course there's this assurance from Donald Trump that he could get the Navy to support convoys moving through the Strait of Hormuz. How realistic does the industry think that is?
Yes, hello. I think I am in the interview right now. Am I not?
Yes. I'm just asking you whether you think the industry believes that passage of oil through the Strait of Hormuz can be restored by the Fifth Fleet.
Aha.
Can you hear me?
Ah, okay.
What the fuck's going on?
No, I think we have lost contact with our guest. We'll try and establish that line again, but obviously there are problems with his communication. I'm really just going to bring you up to date with what is happening in the Commons as well, because of course the British government has faced a lot of criticism in the last 24 hours about the speed of its response to what is happening in the region.
It's driving me nuts. I
Shows
can't
some
find out.
pictures of the House.
remember
We're
what I
expecting
put this
shortly
mouse, guys.
Hamish Faulkner, Parliamentary Under Secretary of State for the Middle East, to speak. He's not on his feet yet, talking about this particularly, but obviously there are plenty of questions about the speed with which the British government deployed naval assets to the region, and also question marks now about what it's going to do to defend other assets closer to the Middle East, with news that BP is evacuating its staff. Also, this hour we are continuing to follow evacuations from the region. We understand that there is a second flight heading out to Amman today to take out the most vulnerable people, British expats who are currently stranded in the region. They're also in Doha, that's the scene in Doha, evacuating people around the US Embassy, which continues to be targeted, and people in Qatar today have been told to shelter in place with more missiles and drones coming in, most of them intercepted. It's the debris that's falling into these areas which is of most danger to people on the ground. We've also heard as well in the last few minutes that Ben Gurion Airport, which opened, we were told it was opening for flights to begin leaving Israel, has come under attack again, although we've had no confirmation from the Israeli side of that. That is reporting from Iran that they have targeted Ben Gurion Airport. So it's quite extraordinary when you think of the strategy from the Iranian side, that they are in fact managing to create these air corridors through which some of the flights are leaving. Around 48 have headed out every hour, we're told, from Abu Dhabi. So there are other flights beyond the government operated flights which are able to leave the area. So obviously if you are looking to get out, then keep consulting the Foreign Office websites, or indeed the Foreign Office websites from whichever country you come, and those flights will be updated through the day. The one in Amman, we understand, which had a technical problem, is due to leave shortly. Well, Wednesday evening saw passengers arrive on the first flight in a number of days from Dubai to Ireland, and they've been recounting their experiences to reporters at Dublin Airport.
I was actually in the airport on Saturday when everything shut down, so it was just the most stressful and really scary situation. And yeah, this is like my fourth flight that I've rebooked, and I just didn't really think I was going to get out. I mean, you were really seeing and hearing bangs and explosions. Like last night, you think there was just jet after jet after jet going overhead, and then we got the US consulate was hit, so like that really was scared. We got home, we got home.
I was actually in the airport when the explosion happened Saturday night. So you're evacuated from there, so that was pretty tough, yeah.
That must have been really frightening.
It was, yeah. Still rattling for me a bit, but after that, like, I never felt kind of unsafe after that.
We were all begged everybody to let us through bit by bit. And then they were saying there was no flights available at all, everything was fully booked, but you went on the waiting list and then last minute flight. Saturday night was frightening.
You were having a pizza.
We were having a pizza sat out by the pool. On the boats that were going, which we later found out were intercepted stuff, but we didn't know that at the time. And then you could see it all in the sky, and we saw smoke coming from what was the Fairmont Hotel, which we didn't know that at the time. We just saw smoke coming out. We were like bombs.
Yeah, just to highlight how dangerous it was for people on the ground. The UAE saying today that it intercepted 6 ballistic missiles and 125 drones, which shows you the capacity of the Iranians to keep firing these low-cost drones in waves at their Gulf neighbours. And we know that the Foreign Minister in Qatar spoke yesterday to his counterpart in Iran, gave him a complete dressing down about the targeting of civilian areas in Gulf countries. You do wonder, with that level of assault on the Gulf countries, just how long they're going to sit on their hands. Meanwhile, here in the UK, we mentioned the perceived slowness of getting things into the region, and particularly into the area around Cyprus. The leader of Reform UK, who of course is heading polls at the moment alongside the Greens here in the UK, Nigel Farage. He's been speaking today in Wales. They're launching their Welsh campaign ahead of local elections in May. He says the UK finds itself humiliated by its slowness to send a warship to Cyprus. He said that he backed the actions of the United States and Israel despite being nervous about getting involved in foreign wars because Iran was desperate to get hold of a nuclear weapon. The Prime Minister, he said, dithering and pathetic. It didn't take a rocket scientist to work out America was going to attack Iran. So criticism from the opposition here in the UK. Very active on the border with Israel and Lebanon as well. Let me show you some live pictures which we've been watching in the last few minutes. This is just across the border. You can see the smoke still drifting across the horizon there. A lot of the activity that we've seen this morning has been on that border rather than in Beirut, although we have seen bombs fall in South Beirut today as they continue to target Hezbollah leadership targets in the south of the city. Our correspondent Lena Sinjab has been telling me that the Lebanese government is trying to impress on Hezbollah just how dangerous this is in the country. Let's have a listen to a little bit of that from Lena about the latest strikes there in Beirut.
Yes, indeed, in south of Beirut and in the south of the country, but also on a highway that has lots of movements of civilians. 2 vehicles were attacked overnight, and we're not sure who are the targets. Israel says it's targeting members of Hezbollah, but many civilians are caught in fire. The government says at least 70 people have been killed so far, and hundreds injured, with almost 80,000 now displaced. They had to flee their homes and towns and villages, seeking shelter in schools or just sleeping in the street, waiting to see what's going to happen. And as this is happening, also Israel gave warning of evacuation from villages and towns across the border from the south of the Litani River, ordering them to move to the
We're gonna clean a little bit, okay? Because look, I think I'm gonna find it if I clean a little bit.
And boots on the ground and how this is going to last.
What are we hearing from the leader of Hezbollah?
Well, this is also adding to the worries because he made his first appearance yesterday in a televised speech where he basically defended Hezbollah's position, saying that Israel was breaking the ceasefire agreement over the past 15 months with continuing attacking Hezbollah. And he said that the group is going to continue defending itself and fighting Israel. But this is something really what many people in Lebanon are criticizing, because when Hezbollah responded, they responded to Israel after the assassination of the Iranian Supreme Leader Khamenei, dragging the country into a war that everyone was warning Lebanon not to allow Hezbollah to get involved in this war. And now it's really hard to see how this is going to stop, although the government made it clear that Hezbollah should be banned from any military and security activities, and any war and peace decisions are solely made by the government, yet Hezbollah broke all the rules and got this country involved in war again.
So far, limited strikes coming from Hezbollah in the opposite direction to Israel, which tells you how much they have been subdued since 2024. That said, there have been plenty of Iranian missiles and drones heading in Israel's way, sirens sounding throughout the night. From Jerusalem, here's our colleague, Milan Nell.
We just came out of an air raid shelter a short time ago, Christian, so that was another incoming Iranian missile. Warning sirens went off here in Jerusalem between 3 and 4 in the morning, waking up many people, sending them off into their shelters. The same happened in Tel Aviv and big swathes of Israel. In the north also there have been warning sirens for incoming drones. So definitely it still does feel that the country is at war, but you know, there have been these comments from the Israeli military too. There was a briefing a short time ago where the chief spokesman stressed what they see as the military successes against missile stores and missile launchers in Iran. And he said, the spokesman, that there is now air superiority, freedom of action in Iranian airspace, allowing us to reach any location and strike any target. We've heard from the Israeli military that completed more strikes on Iranian regime infrastructure, that's what they're calling it, this morning. And they're also planning to ease at noon local time the restrictions on the Israeli public that have been in place, saying that is because really, although there are still missiles incoming from Iran, there are fewer missiles being fired. Sometimes it's just one, not a barrage, and that is much more easy for the Israeli air defences to deal with than what we've seen in previous days.
We just heard from Lena in Beirut, more strikes on the south of the city. What is the IDF saying about their operations across the border?
So when it comes to operations against Hezbollah, they're saying that they have hit more than 320 Hezbollah targets in Lebanon in the past few days, about 80 of those in the past 24 hours. The Israeli military claim is that more than 300,000 Lebanese residents have already left their homes in the south of the country in response to these Israeli military evacuation orders that have been given for everybody south of the Litani River to go north because that is seen as being a Hezbollah stronghold. We have heard from colleagues who are close to the northern border with Lebanon that there is real evidence there of the big Israeli military build-up with more tanks, soldiers appearing close to the border.
Nell, there in Jerusalem, it is the conventional threat, but of course also it is the longer-term asymmetric threat that countries will face. And if you doubt that, let me read you a line from the Iranian Foreign Ministry's spokesperson who's just been on Spanish television. If EU countries, he said, stay silent on this violation of international law, they will pay the price sooner or later. So direct threats against European countries. And we are still seeing the threat to shipping in the area. The Iraqi port authorities say that they have just witnessed an attack on a vessel in their economic zone, and by all accounts it was a remote-controlled ship or boat laden with explosives that was targeting a crude tanker that was in that region. So we'll continue to watch that, but several attacks being attempted on oil tankers in the region, which is why the Strait of Hormuz is currently closed. Let's take a short break. Around the world and across the UK, you're watching BBC News. Let me bring you up to speed with all the other news from the region this morning. The British Defence Secretary John Healey has arrived in Cyprus and has been meeting with his counterpart on the island. The visit comes after the runway of the Royal Air Force base at Akrotiri came under attack by an Iranian-made unmanned drone on Monday. Britain's allies have criticised Downing Street's slow response to Tehran retaliatory strikes. In Washington, the bipartisan resolution that may have curbed President Trump's ability to wage war against Iran was voted down last night in the US Senate. The war power measure was rejected in a 53-47 vote, largely along party lines. The first evacuation flight, organised by the British government to bring people home, has been delayed by a technical issue in Oman. It is due to leave later. A second flight will set off from London sometime today. welcome back. Do forgive me if you think I'm bombarding you with information, but it is a very busy morning and there is an awful lot happening across the region which I'm trying to keep you up to speed with. Let me just show you those live pictures from the border with Israel and Lebanon. This is the skyline as we currently see it, and there has been a lot of explosions on that border in the last half an hour or so as the IDF forces continue to target Hezbollah positions in the southern part of Lebanon. We're also being told, a correction from Agence France-Presse, there was some reporting in the last hour that the French had changed their position and were allowing US aircraft onto some Middle East bases. They have killed that notice, saying that they actually don't think that is the case at the moment, although of course the French government's position has adapted given the threat to French assets in the region, so we'll continue to watch that. So very busy morning. One other line to bring you from Iraq with regards to oil and gas supplies. BP has announced that it is pulling out its foreign stuff from the southern Rumaila oil field after drone strikes on that facility. We'll continue to keep you updated on the picture across the region. You're watching BBC News. Motivation for this war. There have been all sorts of reasons put forward by the US government since the war began on Saturday. But 6 days into the war, the strategies and the goals of the two sides still being questioned. Gordon Carrera, the BBC security analyst, has been looking at how the war is being fought.
The US and Israel have hit targets across Iran, including leadership figures like the Supreme Leader in the opening salvo, and military targets like air defence and missile launchers. These images from BBC Verify show an airbase in Zahedan. They've also hit some of the security infrastructure that supports the regime, like this site in Tehran. The aim is to undermine Iran's ability to fight and especially to fire missiles, and perhaps open up the way for the regime to collapse or be overthrown. Iran's response has been to launch missiles and drones across the Gulf. It says it's primarily targeting US and allied military bases and facilities in neighbouring countries, but it's also tried to strike economic targets, including refineries and hotels, like this one in Dubai. Iran's aim is to inflict enough pain in terms of casualties and economic disruption to get Gulf states to pressure the US to back down. How much it has left in its arsenal, though, is unclear. Iran is also seeking to inflict pressure through the Straits of Hormuz. This is a narrow and vital shipping lane, less than 30 miles wide. About a fifth of the world's oil supply normally passes through here. Threats by Iran have led to its near closure. This tracker shows shipping the day before the war, when around 100 vessels a day passed through, and now when it's slowed to a trickle. The US says, if necessary, its navy could escort ships to prevent a serious economic crisis. In this war of attrition, can the US and Israel hunt down Iran's missiles and drones before they and Gulf allies run out of interceptors to shoot them down? And can Iran withstand the bombs and inflict enough pain to force the US and Israel to pull back? Gordon Carrera, BBC News.
The Home Secretary, Shalom Mahmood, has been setting out tough new laws on asylum and immigration this morning. You'll see that she's on her feet in Westminster, but she is answering questions on the situation in the Middle East at the moment. Let's just listen into that.
Into control. Darshan Soni from Channel 4.
Thank you, Darshan from Channel 4 News. You said that these changes reflect Labour values. You know that within your own party a lot of progressives disagree.
France, Greece and now Spain have confirmed this morning that they are sending shipping assets, naval assets to the Mediterranean close to Cyprus. The NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte has said that Iran was close to becoming a threat to Europe. And
Come on, boys. Come on, hungry cats. Hungry! Kitties! Furry! Come on, big boy. Hurry up, Eos. Come on, big guy. Come on, big guy. Why are you making such funny ears? Why are you making such big funny ears, little guy? So this computer straight up came here. We're gonna redo it. Completely redo this computer, guys. $7, guys. Can you believe I got this for $7? 12 gigs of RAM. iCore 610. This actually has like one of the best processors now that I actually have in my house. Guys, this is like a 10500 or something like that. 6 core, 12 thread. For real, all you gotta do is drop in a 75-watt video card in here, guys, and this thing is a gaming computer. I have another video card, but we're not gonna put it in here. I might just have to reinstall everything, which I think I'm going to do. Exactly what we're going to do. Reinstall everything on this computer. It's a nice looking case. I like it, guys. I really do. I like the size. I like the compactness. And for real, this thing could be made in an even smaller factor. The only reason it's this big is because of the CPU. Okay, we're just gonna restart it. Let's see what's in the BIOS. I can't believe I got this for $8, guys. This is fucking kick-ass. Made in 2020. 12 gigs of RAM. Dual channel. i5 10400 2.9 gigahertz. Damn, I can't believe this shit. I got this shit, dude, for. Oh my god, this is fucking kick ass. This thing is absolutely quiet as well, guys.
See what happens. Looks like I got it. I hope I got it. Yes, oh my god, yes. Oh my god, guys. I got another computer. This computer's kick ass. Okay. So weird not hearing a heart click.
Or this, I might put this. This might be my kitchen computer, guys. Yeah, I might put this in my kitchen. There's so many possibilities.
that the door enjoyed all those bullets. Oh my god! My trigger is stuck! I'm not pressing anything. It seems like I just had to press it again. Yeah, I don't know why. It doesn't feel sticky or anything. I guess it got stuck with the plastic itself. I don't know. I never tried a Mad Catz controller, so I can't compare, sadly. Like, usually I don't spend money on this kind of controllers because they are never going to be better than the original, but I saw it there with a few other deals and I was like, sure, why not? Literally just $10. For the controller. Everything else was a bit more expensive. You will see. It's not really something that I will use on streams, it's just things for my collection. No, this is the only, well, there is actually a new, different version of this controller, that it's the Super Pad Plus, I think, or Pro, and the only difference is that it has two buttons here for turbo and macros, so yeah, I don't really care about that.
Make your computer eat.
Let me change. Oh, really? I didn't know. Oh yeah, turbo slow, probably not macros. It's actually pretty hard to shoot quickly on this controller for some reason, compared to the original. I don't think it has a longer travel. It's just the spot of it. It's harder to quick fire, at least compared to what I'm used to. I don't think it has a crotch pain animation, but it does have a death animation for it. Perfect Dark did add some for those though. Oh no. It's all good. Hey Brandon, welcome. Yes, I am back. I actually came back like March 1st, but yeah. It's been a good one. Ooh, I almost shot the C4. Oh no. Okay, we're good. What do you mean? It's just N64 already. Maybe that month of no streams made you forget how pixelated the N64 looks like. But yeah, this is literally just a normal N64 game. I'm not using any mods or anything. N64 TV remote, but I do have something that is quite similar in shape. So, and I've had it for 2 or 3 years now. I should get around doing a stream with that. ammo counter. Shit. Oh no. Okay, good. Brandon's mod with this controller. I actually played Brandon last night with this controller. Not the mod, but net play.
What's up, big guy? What's up, big guy? Hope you got a new computer, little friend.
next competitor is Elia Cecchino from Italy. Igral bo na klavir znamke Fazioli. He will play on the Fazioli piano. Spored, the program. Nocturno v F-duru, opus 10 številka 1, Nocturne in F major, opus 10 number 1 by Peter Ilyich Tchaikovsky. Sonata številka 1 v C-duru, opus 1, sonata number 1 in C major, opus number 1 by Johannes Brahms. Toccata Troncata by Sofia Gubajdulina. In sonata številka 7 v B-duru, opus 83, sonata number 7 in B-flat major, opus number 83 by Sergej Prokofjev. Prosimo, da tekmovalcem aplavz podelite šele po koncu zadnje skladbe. We kindly ask that you hold your applause until the end of the final piece.
Thank you.